The December 18, 2024 City Council meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hanna. Here. Councilmember Grummeyer. Here. Councilmember Alleman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Newton. Here. Mayor Bash.
Here.
All present, thank you.
We will now go to discussion action item A, certifying the consolidated general election held on November 5th, 2024. City Clerk Roa, could you please administer the oath of office to Councilmember Robin Grunmeyer? In fact, Berwin, if you could.
We need to vote on the certification
Sorry, my
first.
fault. You're right.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm ahead of myself.
We just need to adopt resolution number 2024-57, reciting the facts of the regular consolidated general election held in the city of Norco on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, declaring the results thereof and such other matters as provided by law. I just need a motion and a second, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Okay. And I'll be calling the roll call tonight. Councilmember Hanna? Yes. Councilmember Grummeyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Alleman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Bash?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
The election is now certified, and if I could respectfully ask Catherine, Robin, and Berwin to please leave the dais and sit in the audience.
And then we'll have that ready to sign. Yeah, they're going to be coming up there.
Do you need some help?
This one?
Greg, it's lonely up here. City Clerk Roa will now administer the oath of office to Councilmember Robin Grunmeyer.
And if I can have candidate Robin Grummeyer, if you want to come up here. And then if you raise your right hand, please. Congratulations. And then I state your name.
I, Robin Grunmeyer,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservations
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
the
duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you. And I'll have you sign. Your signature there. Another picture. And if I can have candidate Fia Sullivan, please. Hi, congratulations. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, if you raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Fia Sullivan,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
and that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
You got it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll have you sign right here. And you can go ahead and take. Picture. We'll take a picture. Okay. And you'll take this seat for right now.
I'll go grab all my stuff.
Okay. Okay. I have Greg, good.
My speech.
Congratulations. Are we ready? Raise your right hand. And then I state your name.
I, Greg Bowen,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution
I will support and defend the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I'll bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
of the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will well
that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties of which I'm about to enter.
You got it. Good enough. I'm gonna have you sign here. We'll get a picture. Thank you. We were taking a picture back there. Okay. And then you're gonna go right there for,
You want your speech? Oh, yeah.
you'll have that after.
Could I please have all council members meet me at the well down here for a moment? This one's fine. That's fancy. Why don't you get behind me for the last time? Councilmember Hannah, can you please come up here? For one last time, unless we give you another award. We've run out of bridges, though. So on behalf of the council, the city of Norco, we would like to thank you again for all of your hard work and dedication you have provided during your comeback. I don't know if you'll be back again, but you never know. Right now, we have Jim Pollard who wants to come up, and then we'll jump to I don't know. It's a mystery. You getting flowers. Wow.
The wooden kind. So, Berwin, I want to present you with these flowers that I didn't forget today. And your appreciation for all you've done for the city and helping me out with the scouts and volunteerism and stuff in the city. And if you notice, this is the state flower of Texas. As close as I could get. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
So, just a little commemorative piece from the city of Norco, and this is in honor of Ted, who you filled in for. So, it's a photograph.
Oh, thank you.
So, we're going to put you through one more thing. I'm going to have each of the council people come up here and say a few short words about what you've meant to the city of Norco and to them personally. Why don't we start with Greg?
Good evening, everyone. Well, cowboy. Appreciate you. And thank you. Appreciate you stepping up under difficult situation. And I certainly hope that none of us ever have that again.
Me too.
And what I've always appreciated being on council with you is that you look at council as a team, and that staff is a very big part of that team. And we couldn't do it without our staff. So you're all very appreciated. You're still entitled to the parade. I'm your driver, I guess, till we run out of vehicles. And I think the main thing is you got your broom. Want to see you out there on that bridge, sweeping it.
I told you about that broom.
Yep, I wouldn't repeat that. No, even Robin agrees. You're on your own. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I don't think people, when we lost Ted, it was an incredibly difficult time. It's a very hard thing to go through. And I know some folks weren't necessarily happy with the process, but it's hard for somebody to just slide into a chair up here. And I know I reached out to Berwin after Ted had passed, and I'm like, you know, and I remember getting off the phone with him, and I just remember saying, well, he didn't tell me no, so that was a good thing. And Berwin is incredibly honest. He has a very high level of integrity. He says it the way it is, which I always appreciate. And we've had long car rides together, going to meetings all over the place, and he could probably have stories to tell me for another 1,000 miles easy, as people at the fire department are aware. So I've just appreciated our time together, and thank you for coming back.
Keep it down, you know, don't tell him.
I won't.
Don't tell him, cowboy.
I've known Berwin since the 80s, and I'm going to keep most of that in the past. But as far as a cowboy goes, Berwin was the best cowboy team roper I've ever met. Best shoer I've ever met. And along with that is a great person that as a friend of mine, I'm blessed to have him as a friend. And all the stories, we'll keep those for you and me.
Yeah.
All right? God bless you, Berwin. I love you.
Good luck with that.
Well, Berwin, I think I met you 25 years ago. You were shoeing horses at my neighbor Ann's house.
Right.
And that's how I met you. And it's been wonderful getting to know you. And thank you so much for all that you've done for Norco and that you'll continue to do. And thank you for all of the jokes and stories that you share all the time. You bring a lot to Norco. And thank you so much. And I'm glad to call you my friend.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You too, Phil.
So when I came on council, Berwin was the mayor, and he and I got to know each other sitting out here, trying to coerce the council into not building houses and trying to keep Norco Norco. And the one thing I have to say about Berwin is that he absolutely epitomizes keeping Norco Norco. He understands that deep in his bones, and I thank you. You are some tall shoulders to stand on. Thank you, sir. Now we're going to go, and we want you to say a couple words.
Okay, I'll try to keep this within a day and a half or something. I want to thank everybody, especially you guys up here, and Kevin's right about all the days we sat out here worried about what the old council was doing to our town, the accessory buildings and stuff like that. But we fought it, we joined up, and we eventually, 8 or 9 years old, got a good council where everybody, we didn't always agree on, we didn't vote alike, but we didn't argue and hate each other. We voted for what we thought was best for the residents. And I've been fortunate enough the last term I was on for 5 years, and then this time for 2 years to have be working with a good staff. I mean, this staff, everybody here is great, and they get so much work done. It's unreal. And with Measure R coming in, which we had a hard fight to get that, it's unbelievable the things that's coming into this town that's making it where it'll last a long time. And everybody on staff, the city manager, the finance director, everybody, been great to work with. The sheriff's department have always had good friends in there and had to be, because I didn't want to get arrested or something, you know. But the fire department's great, and working with us with the rescue team and everything. And all of these guys will do you a good job. That's why I supported them in the election, because I knew they would come and keep our town like it is. And Kevin, this is going to be easy on you, Kevin, for what I had planned, but I was told I couldn't say it up here. But you've always been a friend. We hadn't always agreed on everything, but we didn't kill each other. But tonight is the night for you to come true. Tell the truth, honest. I want the honest answer. I heard that they were going to do a remake of the Three Stooges movie. And you went and,
What is with my hair?
you went and got your hair cut like Mo so you could be the star. so
Too tall.
It's okay, they can shorten you in them films. But anyway, thanks everybody. It's been a good ride, and like we said, we hope we don't have to come back up here under those same circumstances. But that man that I took his place, he and I were friends for 25 years probably. I knew him when he was way back when he was a young deputy. I was younger then too. And he was involved in the rodeos around the country. Then he started putting on bull ridings and everything. And then we got together and got the Day of the Cowboy going and some other events. But we always worked together. Like I said, we didn't always agree with each other up here, but we didn't argue and fight about it the next day. He and I could get in the car and go to a county meeting the next day and never mention the vote up here where we voted opposite. But we respected each other, and it was a big loss to the community when he passed away like he did. But I'm gonna get off here and thank you, Jim. Thank you for the flowers. What time will they explode? I don't trust people, I'm sorry. All right, thanks, everybody. Robin, I'm hugging you. Oh, yes, you are. Let's see. I gotta get my other bag up there. Just set them there and I'll stay here for a minute.
We will now move on to the election of the mayor. I would like to make a motion to nominate Mayor Pro Tem Greg Newton for mayor.
I second it. I second.
It's been seconded by Councilman Bowen.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Okay. It's going to come up wrong. Councilmember Grummeyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Bowen?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newton?
Gonna need to check
Mayor
with my
Bash.
wife first.
Mayor Bash?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous for Mayor Pro Tem Newton to be Mayor Newton. Thank you.
Thank you, all. I'd like to make a motion to nominate Robin Grunmeyer as Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Councilmember Grummeyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Bowen?
Yes.
Mayor Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Council member.
you guys got me tonight.
I've been demoted.
Councilmember Bash?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimous for Mayor Pro Tem Robin Grummeyer.
Okay. So next, we're going to move into presentation and comments by Mayor Kevin Bash as outgoing mayor. Would you like us all down there again?
You're the mayor.
That's scary. All right, let's all go down and join Kevin. I don't know if I want to say all of this, but Kevin, you're not going far. Mostly, mostly just a few seats away, but I have a couple of presentations for you. First, I want to present you with the gavel. This is the third one that Kevin hasn't broken. And next is as you well know, the tradition that we started is to give the mayor the boot. So, I'm just enjoying this part so much. Here's the boot. Do with it as you please. And if you'd like to say a few words, and here, I can put that for you.
So, don't worry, I'm not going to say it all. First off, I'd like to thank the residents of Norco and deeply appreciate the fact that so many voted in the most recent election. Whether your candidate won or not, participation was remarkable and huge and crossed all social, political, and economic lines. Pride is not a word I like to use, but most certainly honor is. I am in fact honored to be part of this community and allowed by residents the opportunity to contribute at the highest levels locally, county, and statewide. This is a wonderful and rare California city that is full of volunteers, coaches, regular folks working the fair, Horse Week, the Veterans Memorial Ceremonies, donating to seniors and pets, and people so generous with their most precious gift, time. Citizens who expect nothing in return but a smile on the face of those they are serving, and that is regardless of a person's political affiliation, color, young or old, sexual preference, occupation, poor or wealthy. You serve regardless to all, and to say otherwise is simply untrue. I've seen this sacrifice of time personally for decades. While attending some event or another, Day of the Cowboy, a girls' softball game, or Little League game, breakfast with Santa, hundreds of events, and I am genuinely humbled at the number of people in our little town that just want to contribute. To the various commissioners, thank you for your time, energy, and commitment to protecting our rare community and being council's and staff's eyes and ears in overseeing every single aspect of our little town, from youth sports, to trails, to senior programs, to special events, and everything in between. To our city staff, the people who do so much for all of us behind the scenes through thick and thin, I am again honored to be a small part of what you do and so pleased with the results of your work. I want to say I'm not throwing previous staffs under the bus, but like Berwyn, this, in my opinion, is the finest staff I have personally seen in my 30 years banging around this city, and I want to thank you. To Lisette and her tribe of award-winning bean counters, I want to thank you for building our reserve to $36 million. Thank you for your fiscal common sense, due diligence, accounting skills. While so many across the state of California are in dire financial straits, once our same situation, Norco is financially strong. Truthfully, none of the things I am about to address were possible without the funding we now have available. Thank you. To Chad, better known as the Chatternator, and his team, thank you for prompting the greatest road and infrastructure improvement effort in this city's history. I know we have a long way to go, but I also remember when our community could barely afford fixing one road, much less maintain a first-class water system, storm drain improvements, trail upgrades, and much more. I want to thank your team for working for the people of this community, come rain or come shine. Those efforts are seen and appreciated by a majority of the folks who benefit from your work. Progress, not perfection, and we are making huge progress. To Alma and her team, you can stop writing. You have perhaps the most difficult job of all, as the state legislation keeps changing the rules with the intent of stripping away your ability to plan effectively. You also have the difficult job of facing people at the front counter who are not always in the best of moods. I genuinely thank you for doing the impossible in an effort to keep Norco Norco. To Kelly and her team of 2, thank you for taking Norco into the current century and making City Hall more transparent, more accessible, and frankly, a lot more fun for residents. Simply put, you are awesome. I genuinely appreciate your assistance to me during this last year. Thank you. To Matt and his team, I don't know where they are. They're in the back. Thank you for bringing Norco into the current century. You protect us, you amplify our voice, and on a personal level, I appreciate your quiet expertise and humility. To Parks and Recreation, Michelle, Alejandra, Julie, the Senior Center staff, gym staff, we people folks, the wonderful recreation van, event coordinators, you are the key ingredient, the glue that keeps Norco a community. Makes this tiny town a better place to live, and you touch thousands of people's lives for the better. I deeply appreciate and thank you. To Amanda and her team, over and over again, I am struck by the care, diligence, thoughtfulness, don't you cry, and expertise in everything you and your team do. Most of all, I am grateful for your respect of the community, the people. Thank you. To Melvin and his team at Animal Control, thank you for watching out for Norco's critters, large and small. You have a very tough job, and your efforts and successes have not gone unnoticed and are deeply appreciated. To Cindy Balderas and her Human Resources team, thank you for also bringing City Hall into the current century. You have brought a new expertise to the employees of our city, providing a clear understanding of their rights, better retirement preparations, and have now protected the city under some very difficult circumstances. To Dana and Sophia, thank God you guys are where you are. I wish to extend a personal thank you for keeping me on track this last year, a year that can only be described as a scheduling nightmare. Good luck, Greg. I have appreciated your humor, your calmness, and your expertise when getting me where I had to go. Thank you. Amy and Dana, once again over at the History Room, I thank you for your diligence in keeping our little town's history alive. And a shout out to Matt for enabling the public to also see where we have come from, the good, bad, and the ugly, and the magnificent. And it must be stated, that room not only holds the history of our community, but also houses the proof that our historical overlay is justified by any measurement. To Lisette, thank you for stepping into a very tough situation. Your performance, diligence, and consistent reaching out to residents is in so many ways is just genuinely impressive. Thank you. To Colin, my bulldog, thank you for your expertise, openness, desire to help, and bulldoggedness. You are remarkable in that you are giving lawyers a good name. And to our firefighters and our deputies force, thank you for you keeping our community safe. You are the tip of the spear of the city of Norco's, our council's most important job, keeping residents safe. Thank you. And finally, I'd like to speak about my colleagues on City Council. There's been a lot said about this City Council over the last few weeks. And it's been a little aggravating, but it comes with the territory. The way City Council really works with regards to the way policies, projects, and events are planned, approved, funded, and built is really simple. A single council person or two comes up with an idea, and if smart, and every one of the council members I have served with over the past decade are smart, immediately comes back to this body, this council, and that idea is either shot down or supported. If supported, a subcommittee of no more than 2 is formed that takes the lead and does the heavy lifting. But make no mistake, every city council person is with that effort every step of the way. If one becomes the tip of the spear, it is only because of the wind and blessing provided by at least 3 council members. With that model, this council has built a remarkable revenue stream, tackled homelessness with a plan that is being copied statewide, improved infrastructure, built new roads, honored Black, Hispanic, Pacific Rim, Native American, and other minorities for well over a decade, as well as holding competitive events for wheelchair users. We have honored gay rights, extended significant outreach to the entire community spectrum, worked to be transparent in our dealings, and much, much more. We have partnered in an unprecedented degree with the Corona Norco Unified School District to better understand the needs of our youngest residents and to protect the town. We have not only participated at the highest levels of county and state government, but we have taken on leadership roles to make sure we are always at the table. Council has worked collaboratively, not singularly, to bring commerce to protect our large lots for nearly 2 decades. Successfully dug out of near economic collapse until today. Thank you, bean counters. We have a $36 million surplus. No offense to new council members, but economically serving on council over the last 5 years has been in many ways a piece of cake because we have money. So now we can focus on some of the other things that need to be dealt with. So to close, if you're still awake, I have just a few things I think we need to do. First off, the lack of an economic development expert versed in both commerce and housing who understands how to work the system of revenue generation. We must get this. Without such an expert, we are at the mercy of a state legislature bent on issuing hundreds of rapidly fired laws that could end our community's way of life. 2, enemies to our city. Outside forces are a huge enemy, most particularly traffic, but most importantly, a state legislator bent on superseding common sense local control, meaning the will of residents of communities across the state. 3, inside forces, whom are not getting what they want, bring those outside forces into our community. It is deeply troubling that this is largely done by misrepresenting our community and council actions. Finally, the most singular, dangerous thing to our community that I believe, fire. Ironically, the Santa Ana River Corridor is a huge piece of the puzzle that has enabled Norco's equestrian community to exist and thrive, but at the same time is a massive fire disaster just waiting to happen. Should the Santa Anas push up fire over the bluffs and into the old homes, barns, and trees, we are in serious trouble. And as the new fire maps come out next year, we must also be ready for fire insurance issues. To close, I deeply appreciate the opportunity afforded me by residents to speak my piece, and again want to thank residents, staff, and council for all that they do. I am deeply humbled, and I deeply appreciated my year as mayor of this wonderful city. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. So we're going to go ahead to adjourn to closed session. And I believe there's a little reception area out there for Berwin and Catherine. If you all want to hang out, you're more than welcome to. Colin, will you take us to closed session, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going into closed session on conference with real property negotiators, conference with real property negotiators, conference with labor negotiator, and public employee appointment.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead into closed session and then we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock. Thank you all so very much for attending and being here. Appreciate it. Evening. I'm going to go ahead and reconvene the council meeting, our public session portion. Will the city attorney, please give us a report on actions taken in closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was reportable action on public employee appointment. Lizette was appointed city manager from interim city manager. So congratulations to Lizette.
Nothing else reportable?
No other reportable action, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance
I'm sorry,
by...
Mr. Mayor. I
Excuse me.
skipped something. Before we go to the Pledge of Allegiance, we would like to ask council to add an item as an urgency item. Items have to be agendized to be discussed, but under the Brown Act, if a matter comes up after the agenda was posted and there's a need to take immediate action, it can be added to the agenda at the meeting as long as there is a supermajority vote, in this case 4/5. And I'll ask the Director of Public Works to give some background.
Thank you.
As a quick summary, it's basically an opportunity came up for, related to the Hamner Bridge project, to do an improvement that it was not planned in regards to, and I just got this yesterday, so that's why we couldn't agendize it. Basically, it's doing an improvement to paving, which I'll describe if you elect to hear the item of what it's involved, why we're recommending it be done, and what that cost would be. So that's what we're asking for your consideration, because we can't wait to the next meeting, because the paving that's going to be done is expected to be completed by the end of the calendar year. So therefore, we have to choose now or elect not to do it at all.
I'll make a motion to add this agenda item as item 5C.
We will vote. Councilmember Bash? Yes. Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Councilmember Bowen? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer?
Yes.
And Mayor Newton?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Okay. We'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer, and then the invocation by Pastor Jason DeWitt. Pastor, good evening.
Let's pray. Behold, the virgin shall be with child and bear a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which is translated, God with us. Jesus, we pray today that you would be with us as we convene council members, as we discuss the matters of the city, and as the choir comes to sing today, Lord, we just pray that you would be glorified and uplifted through this city and the people of this city coming together to want to be with you, just like you wanted to be with us. Jesus, we love you. We pray that you would just give us wisdom in deciding how this city should move forward in the practical things and also in spiritual things as well. We ask as Christmas season approaches that we would remember that you are the reason for the season. In Jesus' name, amen.
So we're going to have a good time this next year, and we're going to go ahead and start it off with the Christmas performance by the Norco High School Choir. Good evening.
This next song we have, it has no words. here every year, and it's always a highlight of our season. And we're almost done with, we're almost on winter break, and they've been working very hard. And we have one more song for you this evening, and we hope you enjoy. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, everybody. Thank you.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. That's the jingle bell. Ba-doom, doom, doom. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell time. Jingle time, bushel of fun. Now the jingle hop has begun. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bell time and jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing and jingle bell square. In the frosty air. Right time to rock the night away. Bell time, swell time. To go riding in a one-horse sleigh. Hey! Giddy up, jingle horse, take up your feet. Jingle around the clock, mix and a mingle and a jingling beat. That's the jingle bell rock. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bell time, jingle bell time. Jingle time and jingle bell square. In the frosty air. Right time to rock the night away. Bell time, swell time. To go riding in a one-horse sleigh. Hey! Giddy up, jingle horse, take up your feet. Jingle around the clock. Mix and a mingle and a jingling beat. That's the jingle bell, that's the jingle bell. That's the jingle bell, jingle bell rock.
Excellent, well done. Thank you. Outstanding job, thank you.
Thank you all so very much. Great. Thank you. It's going to be tough competition when they go against the City of Norco choir, isn't it? Okay. Well, this is going to be a good thing. I'd like to introduce Glenda Chavez from Waste Management, and she's going to tell us all about the organic waste diversion program that we developed with our new waste management contract earlier part of the year.
Mr. Mayor, we have two items that Waste Management is going to present on.
Okay.
The first one's going to be, as part of their duties for their waste management contract, part of the many, two of the items tonight we're going to speak about. One is recognizing the Recycling All-Stars, which is normally at least one residential and one commercial customer. So they're going to describe that program first. And the second item after that is to discuss our chicken / diversion program that we're going to put out, which I believe Glenda's going to do a song.
That's a tough act to follow. No. I just talk trash. I don't sing, so.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
I apologize, Glenda. I didn't have the
No worries,
Recycling
no worries.
All-Stars on my agenda.
You'll be hearing from me on two things, and that's fine. So like Chad said, part of one of the things that we proposed in our contract is that we really want to honor, recognize the people that are doing a good job. We live in a state that puts a lot of requirements on us as individuals and as businesses, and we know it's not easy. But with me tonight, I have Lisette Freeman, Lisette Hartman, who is your dedicated recycling coordinator, and she really is the person that is out there meeting with the businesses, answering questions for residents, and I really want her to be the person, she's the most appropriate person to bring the awards to, like Chad said, we have a residential awardee, and we also have a commercial. And the way, I do want to point out that the way these individuals and businesses are picked, it's by the drivers. So they are the ones that are day in and day out looking at, their behavior. So that is one of the nice things that we like, that the drivers are the ones that pick our recipients. So with that, I'll leave it to Lisette.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. Thank you, Glenda, for the introduction. Unfortunately, tonight's recipient for the Residential Recycle All-Star Award could not be present. However, Waste Management would like to recognize Virginia Carrillo on Rancho Lane for her continued recycling efforts. This year, Waste Management would like to recognize Family Corner on Hamner Avenue as our 2024 Commercial Recycle All-Star. Joining us tonight to accept this award is Don Gullo. I'd like to invite Don up to receive the awards and for photos. These are the trucks at service. I'd like to present you with the certificate. Thank you. And this little plaque. I ran out of hands. I'll help.
Congratulations.
We'll put it on the tray. You want to put this way, Don?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll help you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now I get to talk about our new program. Part of our proposal included a program that is dedicated to honoring Norco's rural lifestyle, promoting animal keeping, at the same time checking the box for CalRecycle's composting of organics. So I want to start by thanking Mayor Pro Tem Robin Grunmeyer and Chad for your help in, it is a partnership, so your input has been incredibly, if not the most valuable thing, so I do appreciate that. So with that, the program's name is Join the Flock. It's Organics Composting with Chickens. The program, why composting with chickens? They're eco-friendly. There's an eco-friendly way to recycle kitchen scraps. It reduces organic waste while providing fresh eggs. It's a win-win for everyone. It also complies with CalRecycle's organic waste regulations, and it promotes sustainability and community engagement. The program, like I said before, is a partnership between Waste Management and the City of Norco. Each year, there's an allocation of $10,000 to the program, in which we utilize those funds to administer and provide the items for the program. So each awardee, each person that is accepted into the program will receive 6 free chickens to help divert organic waste. This program is only for residents of Norco and only if they are not currently raising any chickens on their property. How the program works, we will have an application process where interested Norconians who want to participate will fill out the application, and we'll review them and then notify those participants that have been accepted into the program. What's included in the program, like I mentioned before, you get free 6 free chickens, 1 27-gallon tote for raising the chicks, 1 chicken coop for 6 chicks, 1 gallon water dish, 1 pound of feed dish, 1 heat lamp, 1, what is the CF for? Feet? Okay, I was like, I'm used to yards, so I was like, feet? Okay. Bags of shavings for beddings, and 1 50-pound bag of chick feed. Again, participants must live in Norco, must not already be raising chickens on their property, and we may have on-site inspections just to kind of see where the participants are intending to put the chicken coop and kind of like assessing the property of the participants for those purposes. And it is important to know that only one applicant per residence, and if you've already participated in the program, say this year, it's only one time, so you're not able to participate again the next year. We're trying to encourage new people so that we could encourage the program and help it grow. Keep the flock happy. We obviously are asking the participants to have an ongoing commitment. Once you are informed that you are participating in the program, you will be required to attend a one-time training class to watch a training video about the best practices for raising chickens. I mean, I would be one of those people because I have no idea. So the goal is to kind of provide that education foundation so that the participants know what to expect and also ask questions. We ask that you care for your chickens and that you replenish the supplies when the material starts to run out. And we will be asking participants to take some time to do an online survey within the 3, 6, 9, and 12-month period from when they started the program. And we will, we still haven't decided what we will incentivize. Obviously surveys are always time-consuming, but we do want to encourage the participants to do it, so we will be giving them a reward. We anticipate to have the opening of the application after the holidays, and so we ask that you visit our website, and in that you're going to see where the arrow's at. It's going to say join the flock. You click on that. It's going to provide information on the program, which I've discussed here, but in more detail. And it's also going to have the link to apply online and submit the application. The application will come to me, and then we'll obviously have a review period, but we will notify the participants that got accepted into the program. One of the things that I do want to point out is the materials, the coop, the starter kits that we're going to be providing. We will be giving those, we will be getting those from local Norco supplies. We've reached out, Chad and I visited the different stores that are here to let them know about the program so that they could have an opportunity to participate. So we're still getting commitments on that. But the goal is to provide the participants with a voucher that they could take to the participating vendors so that they can get all their supplies here in Norco. So not only are we promoting sustainability, animal keeping, but we're also giving business to our local businesses here. If there's any questions, you got everyone who has the copy of the presentation, you could ask me. It is, I am pretty well known in my company, with waste management. And when you have the VP not asking you how you're doing on this project or that project, but asking you how the chickens are doing in Norco. So a lot of eyes are on us, and I think that it's a very exciting program, and I'm looking forward to learning more about chickens and seeing the program succeed. So thank you for your time on that. Any questions?
Thank you, Glenda. Does council have any questions? Robin, any chicken comments?
No.
Glenda, good job.
Okay, thank you.
Good to see you again. Okay, we're going to move into City Council reports on regional boards, and I'd like to start with Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing to report at this time.
Good report, thank you. Councilmember Bowen? Via?
Nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. It's fine. December 5th, attended the Chino Basin Desalter Authority Board of Directors meeting, And one thing came up, and not meaning to blindside our Public Works Director, but one item that we had dealt with, and I was just curious, on different grants with the CDA, we reached out to the Bureau of Reclamation. They have a Water Smart program. Do we look into any of those grants from the Bureau of Reclamation that would be helpful to the city?
Yeah, short answer is yes, we look at them. Most of those, we don't qualify for the types of projects we have. I mean, our greatest need is replacement of infrastructure versus maybe like CDA's trying to develop new water supplies. There's a lot of grants for money that helps develop new or augmented water supplies, which
This one was on water softening.
yeah, and but
Right.
the intent is that it helps increase a supply of water. So and so there's a nexus there. So we certainly look at things, but most of the time we don't qualify because they're looking at more niche uses of that. Like if
Okay.
programs like if we wanted to bring in AMI, which is water meter reading, which we have already, we don't qualify as of yet, even though we've tried to convince them to pay for new water meters. You know, they want to get people into that infrastructure but not replace it on an ongoing basis. So, but we always keep in line of and be aware of as many grants as we can.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious because we have our own wells, that if there was any benefit to that. Thank you, Chad. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
I attended the Tech Bridge Navy training meeting, and just to put this on your radar, the Tech Bridge is something we've been working on for over a decade, and it's a liaison between the Navy base and the federal government and private and academic institutions to try to get some of the technology that's being developed through the federal government at our Navy base and brought into the private sector. I was really, really disappointed because it looks like our advisory committee, I was the only member there, and I'm a little bit concerned that it's starting to fall apart. Tulsi, who was the director, has taken another job, and I just barely found out about it. So I'll keep you posted on that. This is, given the advancement of AI and different things and the different kinds of buildings that we chose to build rather than big warehouses, this could actually be a very critical component to the city of Norco. So I'm gonna ask Lisette if we can talk to Troy and just meet with him and express he wasn't even there. And so I'm very concerned also that the academic institutions, UCR, Cal Baptist, UCLA, are taking over the Tech Bridge, which means they'll circle the wagons and the private sector will not have the opportunity to engage with the federal agencies. So if we could meet with Troy at some point, I'd appreciate that, with the mayor if he wants to go or whoever. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Kevin. We'll now move into public comments, and I'll call upon the city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time when persons wishing to address the presiding governmental body regarding the consent calendar or matters not on the agenda may be heard. Please limit comments to 3 minutes or less. The governmental body shall not discuss or act relative to any general public comment. The first speaker is Jim Pollard.
Hi, Jim.
Hi there. Good evening. Merry Christmas to all. And it was hard to beat the choir that we had today. But anyway, I want to compliment everybody in the city and behind the scenes that put together the parade and all the events for this last weekend. So I had the honor to drive one of the units in the parade. And we had 4 kids that threw out little snowballs on elastic bands and everything. And it went over real great. But what I want to tell you, we don't always know what's in the audience. A 3-year-old deaf girl got to see that parade. Her mom was so excited, and so, you know, it's hard for me to talk because I got to see that little girl and I know that she was deaf, but being able to see all the lights and the action and Santa Claus. And Frank Robinson and all his tractors were there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
Our next speaker is Jeff Cahan.
And Dana, do we have our timer up on the screen? Thank you. Not,
No offense taken.
nothing personally, and because you're wearing a Blackhawks jersey, you can start.
Thank you. Congratulations are in order. I'd like to start with Lizette. Congratulations on becoming official. Long time waiting, but I know you're going to do a great job. You already have been, so congratulations. I also want to congratulate our 2 new council members. It's fantastic to see you sitting up there. I supported you, so I'm glad that you're up there. And also congratulations to Pro Tem Grunmeyer, not only on your reelection, but I believe you now have the record for the most votes in the city's history. So congratulations on that, on an overwhelming support from the community, well deserved. So congratulations on that. Wanted to say thank you to Kevin. We had a really good, busy 2024, and you get a lot of junk, and not deserved. People don't understand how hard you work and how much you support and all the things that you do behind the scenes. And since I'm on a couple of commissions, I see you all the time, and you're always working hard, and you're always making the time and a sacrifice to make this community better. So thank you for being a great mayor, and look forward to your continued service in the community. And congratulations, Mayor Newton.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I'm not going to be here for your whole year, but I'm very glad that when I do leave, I'm leaving Norco in good hands. So thank you to all of you for your years and years of support that you've already given to the town. And I know that with this council that we've got moving forward, that great things are going to happen. And I look forward to being able to see all 5 of you at the different city events in the future. And one last thing, another date. Norco's birthday is in 10 days. So I just wanted to remind everybody, Norco's going to be 60 on the 28th. And so with that, I want to wish all of you and all the residents. Oh, and I can't forget, I want to echo Kevin's comments about staff. You guys sit up there, you guys do things, but the staff behind the scenes, and as a commissioner too, I know how much hard work they do. So all of the kudos that were given to them are well-deserved, and even more so need to be said. So with this closing out of 2024, just want to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you, Jeff.
Mayor, I have no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Okay, item 3 is our consent calendar. Do any members wish to pull any items? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion for approval.
I'll second.
Okay,
I pull back my motion.
okay. 3,
I'd like to pull 3M.
okay. We're going to pull item 3M. Kevin?
I make a motion to approve the rest.
I'll second.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Councilmember Bowen? Yes. Yes or no? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
except for,
Yeah.
We have it.
yeah.
We have it. Councilmember Bash?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grummeyer?
Yes.
Mayor Newton?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Item 3M has been pulled by Councilmember Bowen. Greg?
Yeah, I'd like to, bear with me for a second. 3M.
Let me just interrupt for a second. This is trail fencing replacement, and the staff member is Chad Blaze, Public Works.
This is for Chad. When you're looking at page, excuse me, I'll get better at this as I go. Up at Pikes Peak, where the new fencing is going on up there, all the other groups, and I know Amanda's been talking, I just want to try to help along to where we can extend that fencing up 6th Street by the dog pound, because it's a safety issue as far as when the rodeo, the horse week, the fair, where everybody's walking up. If we can somewhat try to get this worked up to where we can get this built the same time. I'm really new at this, but being on all the groups, I know that's a significant problem as far as we're always putting cones up there to keep people out of the street, especially at nighttime, especially when we have ropings up there when we don't have nothing. Having a fence up there, even if it's just a walkway, because like you're going up through Pumpkin Rock, let's just say there's an event up there and people are driving out, it would be really beneficial, and it would be a safety thing to make sure people can kind of stay out of the street. That was my only issue.
Sure. And thank you, sir. We're aware of that request and discussion. I know Amanda has been working on trying to determine the legal limits of that side of the road in order to determine the space that we have to appropriately place the fence without creating other restrictions. I know you've got that hillside that's right there and trying to figure that out. So I know Amanda's actively working on it. And once that's determined of how or what improvements might be done for that walkway and include trail fencing. So if Amanda's able to establish that space and availability, we could certainly potentially add it as part of our contingency in a project. So we can't add it to the project because we have established linear footages, but potentially because we usually ask for a contingency that if there's extra opportunity to do it before the project ends and we have contingency left, meaning we haven't used that extra 10%, then we could probably fit it under that part of the portion of the project. So I don't want to commit that it can be done. Certainly we do know it's a desire of a couple groups to get it done, and we're working on that. It's just a question of timing, whether it happens in this project or in a future project. But we are definitely well aware of it.
Yeah, and I'll reiterate, we have hired a land surveyor, and he is identifying the property lines up there along, and he's gonna also have to set monuments in the street, and those will have to be recorded by the County of Riverside. And so it might take 6 months, it might take a little bit longer, just so we have those exact property lines, because I just don't want to install something that potentially could be on private property. So that's our first main step, is just to establish those property lines, and then we will go ahead and put that fencing in, that trail and fencing in. But we understand that concern. It is a safety concern, and we are putting out delineators and everything during rodeo season just to keep those people safe and away from those vehicles.
Yeah, I also like to apologize because I was made aware of it, that you were working on it, but I didn't know that since I'm so new, so I'm apologizing. I know you guys are working on it, but I just wanted to get that out there, and that's the only issue I had on that whole 3M.
Any other questions on that item? Greg, you want to make a motion to approve it then?
Member, excuse me, Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Councilmember Bowen? Councilmember Bash?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grummeyer?
Yes.
Mayor Newton?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. We're going to move into discussion and action items, but I'd like to change the order of this. So would like to start with item 5B, and this is, I'm going to call upon the city clerk for the Measure Our Citizens Oversight Committee appointment and the youth commissioners appointments. Dana?
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight we are doing some appointments. We have one unscheduled vacancy for the Measure R. Term will be ending on June 2025. We had one member that moved out of state, and resigned from her position. And then we also have the youth commissioners. We have 4 vacant seats, one for the Planning Commission, one for Parks and Rec, one for Measure R, and Stuck. And we were really excited to get 11 applications for this, for the youth commissioners tonight. The requirements for a vacancy is per our Norco Municipal Code 2.22040 is you must be a citizen of the United States, be a resident of the city, a student or employed in the city, be at least 18 years of age, youth commissioners are 13 to 20 years of age, be registered to vote, take and file with the city clerk the oath required by section 36507 of the California Government Code, and no felony convictions. The recruitment was, the public notice was released by the city clerk's office on November 5th, 2024. It was posted online, posted on site. Notices were sent to schools. We noted the vacancies of Measure R and the Youth Commission in top stories and on our social media outlets. Application deadline was December 5th, 2024, and applications have been received and provided to council for review. The process this evening, applicants will be invited to speak for up to 3 minutes each to introduce themselves. We will do a random draw for Measure R as per the bylaws selected by the council. City clerk will provide a ballot to each council member to make appointments to the vacancies for the youth commissioners. And then city clerk will tally the votes and announce appointments. Appointees must receive at least 3 votes to be considered for the position. Any questions by the council? Okay, I will go ahead and call on our public comment for this section is really what this is for. And the first speaker is Mike Williams. And then we will have the applicants to follow.
Hi, Mike.
Thank you very much.
How were your travels?
I've been all over the country.
I know it.
Been lucky enough to do it. Very
Good to see
fortunate. Had a good time. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Greg, I think.
We'll get through it.
I appreciate your service and service of everybody up here. Congratulations, Fia. Never really met you, but I've got friends that know you, so. And congratulations, Greg Bowen. Good friend. Good luck. Appreciate everything. Congratulations, Lizette, as well. My comment is specifically about the youth commissioners. I 100% support that. We had one on Stuck. He was a great young man. Got a lot of good insight from him, from a young guy talking to the old guys, getting an idea what he was thinking, and it was good to have that conversation. One of the things that my colleagues and I noticed at the end of the meetings was that we'd go outside and get to our vehicles, and he was sitting outside waiting on his ride. Now, I'm going to address the under age of 18 as he was sitting out there, and anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes, and what we would typically do is we'd kind of drag our feet, just keep an eye on him, make sure he was all right, and that was it. Now, I never, in all fairness, I never brought this up to Chad because I figured all the other commissions had the same issues. I was concerned about being under the age of 18 and being out there by himself. So I did send an email to Lori while she was still here, and she came back right away and agreed that we needed to have something set up with our city employees or city staff to kind of look after these young people as they're looking after us. They're donating their time for us. Didn't see any changes. Okay, so what I'm asking is the council would consider getting together with staff, figure out a way to look after these young folks, whether it's having them sit in chambers until their ride gets here, if that's what they desire, whatever the case is, but we do need to look after them. I think it's important that we pay attention to that. That was my only comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Go ahead and direct that to Lisette, and I think it's a very easy solution. Thank you.
We'll work on that.
Mm-hmm.
Our first speaker will be, our first applicant will be Lauren Woodcock.
Hi, Lauren.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good.
So, good evening. My name is Lauren Woodcock. I'm 16 years old and a junior at Norco High School. I have applied to be a youth commissioner on Planning Commission and or Measure Our Oversight Committee. I have applied because I am interested in learning about how the city works and functions. I feel that the youth commission, how the city works and functions, and I feel that the youth commission is a great opportunity to start. I care about making sure that Norco stays how Norco is and working in my community to provide the commission with new ideas and a useful insight. I am a dedicated and hardworking, and when I start something, I see that it is finished to the end. Since being in the FFA for the last 3 years, I have had the opportunity to volunteer at different community events and just be more involved in my community. I would like to see that the traditions and lifestyle of Norco will stay as it is, while still making sure that future generations are able to see what Norco is about in the past. Thank you for your time and consideration of my application.
Well, thank you. Don't go away yet. No. Does council have any questions? Good job. Thank you.
Our next applicant is Sarah Langlis.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, members of City Council and community. My name is Sarah Langlois, and I am honored to have applied for the position of Youth Commissioner on the Planning Commission. Having lived in Norco my entire life, I have grown up surrounded by the values and traditions that make our city so unique. From our rural atmosphere to our thriving agricultural business and equestrian culture, Norco embodies a way of life that I deeply treasure. The Planning Commission plays a critical role in shaping Norco's future by guiding development and land use to align with our general plan. Its mission ensures thoughtful growth that benefits our community while preserving our royal charm and agricultural roots that define us. The opportunity is important to me because I want to help preserve the heart that makes Norco special, our rural apparel, equestrian culture, and commitment to agriculture. I am passionate about supporting these efforts by helping protect our farms, encouraging local businesses to thrive, and maintaining a balance between progress and tradition by providing a voice of a younger generation. Through my involvement in Norco High School School Site Council, Norco High School sports, and leadership roles in my 12 years in 4-H, I have developed valuable skills in collaboration, thoughtful decision-making, and advocating for a meaningful change. These experiences have prepared me to contribute to Commission's work with dedication and a fresh perspective. Serving as a youth commissioner is not only an opportunity to give back to the community, but that shapes me, but also a chance to grow as a leader. This experience helps me develop skills that will be critical in civic engagement and public services, helping me prepare for future experiences in government and hopefully Boys and Girls State. Most importantly, it will also help me preserve the unique qualities that make Norco such an extraordinary place to live. Thank you for considering my application. If I am appointed to Planning Commission, I look forward to serving our community and contributing to Norco's future while protecting its one-of-a-kind atmosphere. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Questions?
Okay. Our next applicant, Isaac Flores.
Evening, Isaac.
Good evening. My name is Isaac Flores. I'm 15 years old. I'm a sophomore, dual enrolled at JFK, and taking classes at Norco College. I play sports at Norco High. I play both football and lacrosse. I've been in Norco for the past 7 years with my family of 8. During this time, I've had the opportunity to contribute to the community, particularly by volunteering at the Norco Fair over the past few years, and more recently, the Norco Christmas Parade. It's been a great experience, and I've enjoyed helping out, seeing how much effort goes into making our events successful. I'm passionate about representing the youth in our city and giving a youthful perspective to decisions that affect the younger generations. Being a youth commissioner will be an incredible opportunity for me to continue to serve my community while also growing as a leader. As said before by Greg Bowen, let's keep Norco Norco. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next applicant, Eileen Quintero.
Good evening.
Good evening. I just want to start off by saying I'm very honored to be in front of you all, speaking on my behalf on why I want to become a youth commissioner of City of Norco. I have lived here for the past 3 years, and since then I have felt safe, I have felt accepted, and now I will feel heard. A big reason I want to become a youth commissioner is because I believe the youth opinion is a very, very crucial part on the whole city of Norco in general. Even small suggestions and small opinions should be not only heard but taken action of. For example, if, let's say, a commissioner says to fix a pothole in the street or to fix park equipment that is broken, I feel like that should be heard and taken into action due to the safety of the children. You never know how you never know how effectful it will be. For example, if that piece of equipment were to be fixed, it would be a decrease in the risk of children getting injured. And if that pothole was to be fixed, it would be a decrease in the rate of like cars being injured or even humans being injured on it. And I just believe that with these ideas, I can help make the city of Norco a better and safer place for the whole entire community. And that's all I have for you guys today. Thank you for having me.
You did a good job.
Okay. Our next.
You think you could get the potholes fixed? Okay. You did good.
Our next applicant is Matthew Micah.
Hello, Council.
Good evening.
Well, my name is Matthew Mika. I'm a junior at Norco High. I'm 17 years old, and I've applied to this position, because I do believe voices should be heard, especially children. As someone who wasn't heard most of their life, I do believe people deserve to be heard. Especially with the parks and everything. So, one of the parks next to my house have been closed down recently for no reason. I have no idea why. I think it should be open because, what if the kids want to play in there, I feel bad. I do believe not only just adults should be heard, but I do believe children should be heard because I don't think children are taken as seriously as adults are. And, everybody has a voice. I want to make Norco a safer place for the children. I do think their education matters, Even their fun matters sometimes. Not everything has to be serious all the time, They're children. They should have a good childhood, I want everybody to be heard. Not even the children. I want adults to be heard. I'm willing to work hard for children, adults, anybody really. And I honestly think of this as work experience too, because I love to interact with people. And if you ask me to go up to person and talk to them, I'll talk to them, I'll make even friends with them. If you ask me to go get to know someone's life, I'll go ahead, get to know someone's life. Especially in the council, you need to interact with people a lot. I do think it's an important skill, I do believe I'm very, very good at interacting with people, and I do think people's voice should be heard. That's all I have for you now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Courtney Seislick.
Hi, Courtney.
Hi, good evening. My name is Courtney Seislick. I am 15 years old, and I have been a resident of Norco for 12 years. I am currently a sophomore at Norco High School, and I am very excited for this opportunity to serve on a government committee, as I am trying to decide what career I would like to pursue in the future. I am interested in politics, and this position would give me some experience and knowledge relating to the responsibilities and tasks of a government position, giving me a better understanding of the overall career. I feel both my education and interests qualify me for this position. I love learning and believe both my honors and AP classes have prepared me for this role to approach issues with an objective perspective and employ critical thinking skills. In addition, I have been a Girl Scout for 7 years with the goal of achieving my Gold Award, which has allowed me to give back to my community and provided me with some valuable skills. I hope I will be given this amazing opportunity. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
And thank you. And sorry with getting these names incorrect. Please forgive me. The next is Brooklyn Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard. I've been practicing and still didn't do it. Thank you, Brooklyn.
Good evening. I'm Brooklyn Kierkegaard. I'm 14 years old and I attend Norco Intermediate School and I'm going to be a freshman next year. I love all things equestrian. I have 2 horses. I barrel race and pole bend. I've also been part of many of Norco's events. I have been part of Norco Horse Week, the obstacle course. I've been in the Christmas parade, and I also run flags. I've ran flags for Norco Horse Week and for the Norco Fair, both multiple times. Love them both. Also, I want to go for Parks and Recreational because I ride in a lot of the public arenas, and I think that they need to be like a little bit more well kept for horses safety and rider safety. Also, some of the parks need to be a little more well kept too. I can see stuff rusting, never know when it's going to break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant, Savannah Owens.
Hello.
Hi, good evening. I'm Savannah Owens, and I'm 13 years old, and I'm an 8th grader and go to Norco Intermediate. I'm running for youth commissioner because I'm passionate about Norco and its future. I feel my ideas can contribute to Norco's goals. I've been in honors classes and been recognized by the Board of Education for my academic achievements. I'm involved in the horse community and do horse riding. I feel I would give a great insight for Norco to remain rural and keep up with today's demands of newer technology. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant, Cade Barone.
Hi. How have you been?
Hello.
Good.
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 Good evening, council members. I'm Cade Barone. I'm 19. I've been a resident of Norco my whole life. I went to Norco schools my whole life, and then I am now a history major at the University of California, Riverside. I'm here to talk on my own behalf about my interest in being on the Youth Advisory Council on the Parks and Rec or Planning Commission. I love this town very much. I have gotten the enjoyment of living a rural life on an acre of land with all of my many animals. I grew up riding horses down the streets of Norco on our dirt trails, as well as in public arenas, even a few times up at Ingalls Park. When I went from riding to driving, the roads of Norco were where I took my driving test and passed. I've made many memories at the Norco Fair and been in the Parade of Lights. This town has raised me, so now I would like to do my service and help raise this town. I believe it is important for young people in Norco to have a say over what decisions are being made, more than just what we can say with our vote. I wish to have the opportunity to be one of those voices. I want to be able to advocate for the future residents and voters in decisions that pertain to them. Soon, my generation will begin to buy homes and raise their children in this town, and I want to ensure that our city has safe roads, parks, trails, and schools. My future children should be able to ride horses down the trails and raise all of the animals that they want in a town that looks out for them. I did my associate's degree in political science at Norco College and have been involved with our government from attending meetings to working on political campaigns for former members of this very council. I am committed to government action and the improvement of the city. This is not my first time speaking at one of these meetings, and I am sure it will not be my last. My first time I came up here to speak, it was to explain to this council why I thought youth commissioners were important to the Norco government when it came up as an item to vote on the agenda. I now stand here in front of you today to ask that I can serve as one of those commissioners. I am very passionate about government and being able to serve my town with a new perspective. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Tegan Jefferson.
Hi.
Hi, good evening. This is exciting. My name is Tegan Jefferson. I'm 17 years old. I'm currently a senior at Norco High School. I'm here to advocate for myself as an applicant of the Youth Commissioner program, and I would really hope that you guys consider my application not because I've lived in Norco my whole life or that I've been able to participate in many programs like Norco Horse Week or the fair where I've shown animals, but because my real passion is for learning and for knowledge, and being able to have the access and understanding of how our city government works is, I think, a giant opportunity that I would really hope that you consider me for. I really would just be able to do my part as a member of the community. As I've been in my government class, I've been reading a lot about collective action and how it is very beneficial to communities like ours. And being able to take my part in that is something I think I'm ready for and excited for.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we have no more speaker cards. We will hold the random draw next for the Measure R committee, and then following, we will vote for the youth commissioners, which I think is going to be very difficult. I'm sorry. You guys got a great group this year. So, okay. Okay, for the Measure R committee, it was decided that any applications or any seats would be filled by random draw. Anyone can fill out an application that falls, that meets the criteria. Those applications are all considered. At this time, we have 2 applicants that will be put into actually the hat for this service, but I'll go ahead and walk through it. We are using random.org, which we've used on every selection. We will be holding a new drawing. The drawing will be for the Measure R. Here, and we will be using a list that we will enter ourselves so that you see there is no shenanigans on my part. And we have 2 applicants. The first one is Heidi Casasola. And then our second applicant is Dylan Wemple. And you see we have 2 applicants here. I will proceed. It is validating that I have no entrant list that contains no blanks or duplicates. I will proceed. We will make this public draw so there is full transparency of the drawing that we have tonight. We will proceed. I am going to draw one winner from the 2 entrants. And the final confirmation is we do have to pay $4.95. And we will complete the drawing. And the winner of our drawing is Heidi Casasola. She will be our new Measure R. And I'm not sure if Heidi was able to make it this evening. She's not here, but we will reach out and put her into place for the unscheduled vacancy with the term ending June 2025.
Thank you, Dana.
Thank you. Okay.
The applicant's responsible for the 495?
Yeah. And we will go ahead and let me just drag my agenda back. Here, sorry. Okay, we got something weird going on. Okay, and we will go ahead and start the application process. Yeah, so Sophia, the Deputy City Clerk, will be giving you a ballot, and you will fill in one name for each of the seats that you see before you. You were given a packet with all the applicants and their information, and a worksheet that you can utilize during the ballot process.
Please make sure to sign your ballots.
Yes, the bottom. And if they're ready, we can go ahead and move those up. Will you get my blank one? Care. For any of you that has applied for a position, if you're not chosen this evening, please, keep in contact with me. I'm the city clerk. I'll let you know when other things come up. Make sure that you're attending city council meetings or some of our planning commission, Measure R meeting, all of our committees and commission meetings, to make sure that you're still participating and, ask questions, come to public comment and participate. That's the best way to stay in contact with the council and let them know that you are interested. And like I said, this will be a one-year term. Those that decide not to take their second term, we will have openings again next year. So just keep in contact with myself. Okay, thank you.
Whether counting the ballots, I'm going to call on Councilmember Bash. Appreciate all of you putting in applications. This isn't easy. You're all very well qualified, and like it's fun to appoint people to the job, but I don't want to appoint all of you, but it doesn't work that way. But I was going to ask Kevin to say a few words.
Yeah, if you're not selected, I'm the person talking to you right now. I wasn't selected 2 or 3 times to get on the Park and Rec Commission, rightfully so. But just keep trying. That's really that's the key to this whole thing. There actually is not one single person that spoke tonight that I couldn't see on any one of the commissions. And so there's a ton of things that you can do. Right now, you can actually volunteer through Park and Rec. You can volunteer at the Historic Room and the Ag Room. You can attend Planning Commission meetings. There are so many things you can do. And please come back, try again, keep trying. And I really encourage you because we had so many good applicants. And again, as I said, you know, some of us up here didn't get elected the first time. They came back and they fought back. And, you know, it's very sweet when you finally come back and you actually get what you're going for. So please keep trying.
So with all these great applicants, we were able to fill Measure R and Stuck. So Measure R would be Lauren Woodcock, and then Stuck would be Courtney Cieslik. Okay, I'm going to have you vote again for the Planning Commission and Parks and Rec because I didn't get 3 votes. And if you can, you'll just be voting for the Planning Commission and Parks and Rec, and you won't repeat Lauren or Courtney. And we're going to mark them so it'll help you out here. We have to do one more vote. So, okay. So, okay, I'll sit with them. Yes. I just really want to commend all of the applicants. You have made it so hard for the council members this evening. Your applications were great, and speaking tonight was just amazing. You're all amazing, and Norco is lucky to have all of you here to continue the heritage here in Norco. So we did go ahead and get another vote. We'll go ahead and tally those in just a moment. Where's the one that we had the other, so I know who's who? Okay, so we have for the planning commissioner, for the youth commissioner for planning commission will be Sarah Langlis, and I'll get better at saying your last name, sorry. And then our Parks and Rec will be Cade Barone. So we have Sarah Langlis for planning commission. Measure R is Lauren Woodcock. Parks and Rec Commission will be Cade Barone. And Stuck is Courtney Seislick. And I will be reaching out to you tomorrow with a quick email. And please check your email to let you know what the next steps are. And I thank you all for applying. And it was wonderful to make it this difficult for us tonight. So thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thank you all once again. Like I said, you guys are all great, and obviously you could tell we had a tough time deciding. Okay, I'd like to move forward. We'll go to item 5C. This shouldn't take too long. Chad, and then we'll come back to item 5A.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I appreciate you putting this item on the agenda as an emergency item. So a quick history. So the Mayor Birmingham Bridge project had two funding sources, primary sources. The federal funds were, and they're only allocated to the bridge portion, which they defined as between Detroit and Citrus. So that's where those funds can only be used. However, the project extended out of that area, and what we used was state funds that we got from the state. I think it was $6 million, and we also got another $6 million from WRCOG as part of a project that funded work that we needed to be done outside of that area, specifically from Detroit to Alhambra, and then from Citrus to the northern city boundary, right up at Silver Lakes. And important, I want to recognize those because funds can only be a certain way. So what was planned in this project, and this image up here, one of a couple I have for you, shows in red the area that they were planning to do a slurry seal. And for your education, if those don't know, slurry seal is basically just a thin emulsion that they spread right across the existing asphalt, and basically gives it a thin layer and kind of resurfaces it. It's just a minor treatment that allows to give a little bit better life of the base pave that's done under that surfacing. The plan was where they widen the roadway, where you kind of see in gray on either side of the road, is where they did permanent, full depth reconstruction because they were widening the road, and they were going to slurry at the time because the condition wasn't as bad. Well, almost 5 years later now, after construction started, the condition of the roadway in that particular area got a lot worse. And they basically were recommending, and I had posed the question to them, and they started looking into it, is can't we do a better treatment? This would be better as a full project. A slurry seal is kind of a waste. After almost 3 months of them going back and forth with the contractor and talking about it, they finally came back with, yes, we can do it. Here's a price to do that, and how that would work. So this is the area between Detroit and Alhambra, and so it would be an improvement from the intersection of Detroit all the way through the intersection of Alhambra. And then this is Citrus that you see here. So in green and the gray that's up towards the top, that was area they've already redone. And so the area that they're looking to redo instead of a slurry, and it actually includes the intersection. They made a mistake on this picture here because the intersection they haven't finished yet. So the intersection will also be done. And it'll go basically, all the red section will be redone instead of a slurry. It's going to be a grind and overlay, and same thing with this section here. This gets us right to the border of where Silver Lakes is. So what they came back and did, basically that area that's in question, which was planned to be slurry in those red areas that we talked about, is about 138,000 square feet of area, about 1,400 tons of AC, what they do. So they grind that 2 inches out and put 2 inches back. It'll be a much better project for us so that we don't have to come back a couple years in to redo it. Heavily trafficked areas, highly worth doing. They came back and gave us a price to do it, which was $275,000. However, that doesn't include the fact that we get a credit, because now they're not doing the slurry, which is part of the bid. So that bid price was $114,000. So when we subtract those two amounts, the total amount to the city that we would have to contribute that's not covered by WRCOG's money or the state's money that went into the project is $160,000. And that's an estimate. I just want to highlight that because when they get through it and actually get all quantities and the tonnage of asphalt that they bring in, that quantity could go up or down, and then it'll obviously come up with final billing. Tonight, what I'm seeking is just your approval to approve the change order. We would come back at a later date with when they finally give us the actual billing for saying we want to now pay this. We're allocating X amount of dollars for the project. We would take this likely out of our street fund, which has development impact fee money in it, which is used for projects like this, which is widening in this case and resurfacing. And we have money in that account that we're not using right now, so we could cover that when it comes. That bill won't come for, I'm guessing, almost another 6 months, if not more, because they will do it as they reconcile everything else, including they have liquidated damage on this project, how that impacts the total final price, et cetera. So, but this is in theory, it gives us a good estimate of what we likely would pay. Could go up or down a little bit based off final tonnages when we get those tickets, et cetera. But I'm hoping it actually comes in late and less because of other financial issues with this project that might be to our benefit. So with that, I'm happy to answer your questions if you have any.
Any questions? Staff? Put up Detroit to Alhambra on that. So we're going to be able to grind and overlay Detroit to the intersection of Alhambra?
Yes.
Okay.
Through it.
And this, in this quote, this also includes all the striping and restriping?
Yes.
Okay. And then supervision of this work will be by whom? And I'm assuming not the city. We won't have any expenses for supervision, or will this all be under Riverside County Transportation?
So let me clarify my prior statement. So striping is not included in this quote because it's already included in the project bid. So that's already covered because they were going to do striping anyway. When they did the slurry seal, they would stripe. So the striping is already covered. It's not included in this quote.
Even with additional quantities or whatever?
Yeah, because it was going to be the same surface area. They were going to
Sure,
slurry seal,
okay.
and then
All
they
right,
were going to
all
do
right.
the same
Okay.
striping. So that's not part of this. It's just because it's already included. That's not something we're asked to be covered. And then, sorry, your second.
Supervision.
Supervision is all being done by the county, as it has been in the entirety of this project. We're always informed and ask questions about certain issues that impact us, and then we'll certainly be aware of what's going on and when, and then obviously talking with the public and notifying about any type of closures when these things might be done. But yes, the county is fully responsible for making sure this gets done to our standards.
So my last question on this would be, is there any chance of us reaching out to get some help on the dollars on this? Can we make a case that this should be with under TUMP fees?
That is part of the nuance that we're trying to work in the back end to try to argue about this should be covered by TUMP, it should be X, Y, and Z, but we have to do
Right.
that in the back end to try to grease that wheel, I would say.
Okay, so
But so we're aware of that.
we want to
desire.
move forward with the work. That's the advantage of having it done by the end of the year.
Correct.
Right, I get that part. But then we're going to wrestle with the dollars if we can. Do we have anybody on the WRCOG
Yeah,
board
this
that
is-
could?
This is already being
Okay.
discussed, actually, to see if they'll pick up the cost for this.
All right, and you could help with that, Kevin?
I'm going to try, yeah. I already started.
Thanks, Chad.
Yeah, already
Go-
started.
Go ahead, Kevin.
No, I've already started. Because I was aware of this project. I've already talked to the director and a couple other people over there about this.
And just to clarify, there's other items that are not related to us needing to deal with, but that are also items that are potentially not going to be covered. There's additional, not that I'm asking authorization today, there's additional change orders that the county's authorized that they're going to try to push for WRCOG to pay for, like additional coating of the walls and undercarriage of the bridge for graffiti purposes, because it wasn't included in the actual bid or scope. And so things like that, where they're asking, do you want to cover that? Or, we're going to try to advocate for WRCOG to cover that. It should have been covered, but the federal funds won't cover it because they only cover the top surface area. They're not the under portion of the bridge. They don't consider as something that needs that. So there's a lot of different things we're trying to work out, and this is one of them. But this one for sure, they said, if you want this level of treatment, the city's going to have to at least give us a verbal commitment they're willing to cover it if it becomes necessary.
We've
you're
also
comfortable-
discussed that issue, too.
Pardon?
We've discussed that issue, too.
Okay, with the anti-graffiti coating?
Right. Yeah. So I think for what they're offering, especially since we're already using the WRCOG money to offset what we're using, it's a very good deal for us at $1.15 or square foot. Highly worth doing, even if it turns out it doesn't, the WRCOG can't pay for it, it is well worth the investment to do it.
You're comfortable with the $160,000 magnitude?
I think it's within the proper range based off the square footage, yes, for sure.
Looking at Detroit, when they did the work up there, they destroyed a lot of this Detroit on that corner where the trucks were coming in and out, hopping over the curb and all that stuff. Are they gonna redo that corner for all the stuff they damaged by putting that bridge in?
The corner
right there at Detroit
has been redone as far as the radius and where the crosswalks are, et cetera, and that's the project limits right there. And so they've resurfaced and will resurface, if it hasn't been done yet, what is within their project limits. The condition of the roadway of Detroit was already pretty poor because of city projects, including my water line that I did right before they started, because I had to have my water line done because they connected, part of this project, they connected a brand new water line in the bridge and up Hamner to Detroit to connect to my water line. So we did a lot of work there that created some of the issues, plus it was already poor condition. Once they're done, again, then we're gonna look at future project where we redo Detroit. We've just been holding off on it till the bridge was totally done and out of the way.
Yeah, because I watched them take the trucks over that curb, and I tell you, they destroyed, they destroyed that whole corner, moving all those dump trucks in and out. I can't tell you how many.
Yeah.
And it just, you could see that when they were driving on it, the asphalt was just buckling. That doesn't normally get that type of activity from normal use. Maybe we can use that as an example to have them take care of part of that corner.
Well, again, they have taken care of the corner and they are taking care of it, so I'm not sure. I mean, if you'd like, we can go out there and take a look at it if you want to show me what you're thinking about, so I can clarify with that. But I know they have completed the initial work on that corner to do curb and gutter and ADA ramps, et cetera. So the corner should be better on itself as far as maybe you're thinking about some of the asphalt in the street and where that limits are. Happy to review it and talk about with them, but they will definitely do what the limits of the project are. And it's just difficult in that Detroit was already pretty poor in its condition itself. So I have to balance what they likely did versus what existed if it just got a little bit worse. And at times, again, sometimes we could work with a contractor and get them to do a little bit more just as good PR, that kind of thing. And I could try to advocate for that, but there's also a lot of issues with this particular contractor.
Well, I'm just going off of my personal experience with for S.J. Burkhart, when we would do our undergrounds, and then our trucks would go over, they would come back to us and then say, hey, you messed up these roads, you need to fix them. But I'm just going by what we did in the past, like when we were in Hemet or when we were over in Eastville, when we were doing the trunk line going down over by the high school.
Right.
We did the same thing. We destroyed it, and they came back to us, which would be the people that did the bridge, because they were getting pushback from Eastville and Arupa saying, hey, you need to fix this. But I'm throwing it out there because it's happened to me and the company I worked for. That's all I'm.
Understood.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the expenditure.
I'll second.
Mayor, we did not call for public comment on this item.
I apologize. Is there any public comments?
I have no public comment, but we've now opened and closed it, and we do have the motion on the floor from Robin Grummeyer and Fia Sullivan as the second. We can vote. Member Sullivan?
Yes.
Member Bowen? Yes. Member Bash?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grummeyer?
Yes.
Mayor Newton?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Okay, item 5A. This will be Community Development Director Albright.
Good evening, Council.
Alma.
Yes, agenda item 5A. It's just basically the purpose of it is for the City Council to determine if the development in the form of animal keeping shelters and enclosures on lots 3 and 4 of parcel map 15142 constitutes development that triggers the required road improvements on private road Proctor Lane. Just to give you a little brief background, because I've already provided that in your staff report. Back in 1980, parcel map 15412 was approved to create 4 lots on Proctor Lane. And with that came the requirement for construction of certain road improvements on Proctor Lane. And shortly after, I'm not sure when, but rather than construct the road improvements, the owners, which were the proctors at that time, entered into a lien agreement with the city, agreeing that construction on the street improvements or road improvements would be triggered upon development of the parcels along Proctor Lane. In October of 1980, the proctors, the owners at that time, sold all 4 parcels to a different property owner. And in 1983, the owners at that time desired to place a barn, an accessory building, on parcel 2, which would also include the merger of lots 1 and 2 of that particular parcel map. The city denied that request at staff level, basically saying, you know, hey, you got to do the street improvements. What appears to have happened is that they basically went to council and said, hey, you know, they didn't think that the construction of an accessory building would trigger the need for the street improvements. The council basically agreed and made a determination that any other development, such in the form of accessory buildings on the remainder lots, would have to come to council to make it a determination if, you know, accessory buildings would trigger the need for street improvements. So in August of 2012, the property owners at that time sold parcels 3 and 4, and they sold parcels 3 and 4, and staff was informed that the responsibility of the street improvements was transferred to parcels 3 and 4. So the properties 3 and 4 has changed ownership, and right now are currently owned by Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia has basically installed a combination of portable stalls and what appears to be a 1,100 square foot horse shelter that would require a permit. And the owner now has been informed, the staff has been working with the owner on certain code issues that you know, we need to resolve. But this is one thing that is important to understand. This is a separate item that has started years ago. That seems to be something that, you know, needs to be brought to the table and resolved. And this will help us and the property owner to move forward on how to address, I mean, basically address any code cases and basically use of the property. So right now on parcels 3 and 4, we have some combination of portable improvements and a barn that would require a permit. So, you know, Mr. Garcia was informed that we would need to come to council to determine whether these improvements that are there now would trigger the need for the for the road improvements on Proctor Lane. And one of the things that the existing property owner also is willing to do is create these, do the necessary method of to basically, if they need to make them stalls that don't require a permit, they will do that. And they're using it for animal keeping, basically ancillary to the property that's north of that, which is, what property? 4155 California, my apologies. So with that, I will conclude and answer any questions. And I believe the property owner is here, along with my understanding is some of the property owners that are along Proctor Lane. And I will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Alma. Do we have any specific questions of staff before we have discussion?
I do. I have a question for Alma.
Sure.
I know the staff report is just talking about horse stalls, but what about the other improvements that have been done to the property?
Yes, any other items that, well, like maybe there's power, or I think the other stuff. Yes, one of the reasons we are here, because we need to address this. We've got to make sure that we're addressing the street improvements at this time. Depending on the outcome, that's what's going to help staff address anything that could be potentially a code case. So the direction tonight would help us and the applicant resolve any code cases that we need to address. So the type of improvements are there. Yes, we have horse stalls, and we do have some. I believe there's power. So, but again, the issue tonight, we want to make sure that we address the issue of the improvements to be able to help the applicant move forward with bringing the properties into compliance.
Okay, so as it stands now, besides just the horse pens, there is a electrical box panel that was built, and there was water brought to the property?
The water, I'm not sure, but that's probably the case.
'Cause
And
so it was sold, those parcels were sold 3 times within like a year and a half, and which just caught my eye because of my job. And each time they were sold, clearly it stated on the MLS, no utilities on the property. So that the fact that there's utilities now shows it as it was improved. And then also, what about the grading that was done to the property?
The grading issue, I will have to defer to our engineering division or Chad. If there's any code cases, I'm not aware of the code case. In fact, I don't have a code case that's relating to grading. But again, if Chad could.
I'm not aware of any code cases or issues related to grading that's been presented to us that we've been asked to look at or address.
Okay, because I mean, it's obvious that the lot has been graded, and you can, and again, just because of my job and my familiarity with the property, there's MLS photos showing what that property looked like before it was purchased, actually each time. So it looks different now. So it has been improved other than just the horse pens that we're talking about here. So that was, my question was if all of that other stuff was in front of you or not.
Again, at this time, again, it's with respect to the code case on grading, I don't have a code case on that at this time.
Okay, thanks.
Alma, do we have, was there a code case against the barn that was built?
Which one? The one on?
With the larger one.
The larger one, yes, that is under our jurisdiction to address, but basically the property owner wants to know the result of the street improvement in order to figure out how to move forward, whether they work with staff to either remove them or, make them, separate them so where they're not more than, 240 square feet, or excuse me, 288 square feet.
So at the present time, those structures were built that structure was built without
Yes.
a permit?
Yes.
Okay. So those 2 lots, up 3 and 4,
Yes.
right? They are separate APNs.
Correct.
And they have no addresses.
That is correct.
Okay. So how do you enforce a code case on a property that doesn't have an address?
Well, we basically go by the APN.
Okay.
That's how we identify the parcels. And one thing to keep in mind also is that, animal keeping, you don't have to have a house to have, to use a property for animal keeping, and it is a principally permitted use, so.
The electrical?
That is that is something that we would have to address, in the form of what the code requires, whether it's an actual violation, because again, animal keeping is a principally permitted use on a property. Whether electrical, we'd have to see what the code requires as far as,
That's all I have
development on the
for
site,
now,
yeah.
for questions. If there's no more questions, Dana, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. The first speaker is Doug Colville.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Doug Colville. I'm the owner of Parcel 1 and also 2, which has been merged 1. And the reason it was merged was to put that barn on there. So that is covered, that's not on Parcel 2, it's actually on Parcel 1 now. Anyway, our concern is when we bought this house, we discovered this issue. And we've been trying to get our title cleared up ever since. And we're trying to get it cleared up on parcels number 3 and 4 also. And, as far as this issue with them building this barn back there on 3 and 4, why don't you just have them merge the properties and then everything can be, copacetic like it is with my property. And of course, there's that right-of-way, which is also an issue because we're getting hundreds of cars a month on our property. But everybody probably knows about that, and we'd like that addressed too. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nathan Lanny.
Evening, Nathan.
Hi, how you doing? Good to see you. And congratulations to new folk. I think I voted for you. I'm just kidding. My wife fills out the ballots, so. But we agree, we agree. Okay, so I'm not going to go into the context. I think Alma covered everything. I think the thing that's important here is how would you treat this property if it was strictly standalone? In other words, it's being treated as sort of a hybrid or a mixed because you have a fully developed piece of property next to it. And same owners, great people, okay? And I feel sorry for anybody that buys these lots because the whole thing has just been an absolute nightmare. So the fence between the two properties has been removed. So then you have people over there taking care of everything on this side. But the one thing that we've learned, as mentioned, these things have sold and turned around a lot. What if the whole thing was sold tomorrow? Your decisions today could affect how the people that come after this are affected it. So that was one question. If this was a strictly standalone piece of property, how would you apply the rules to that? Okay, because they do have utilities over there. And then following this, is there going to be some sort of forward thinking? Will there be any other permits? In other words, once we've crossed this threshold, are we now going to keep kicking the can down the road? And then things change. Yeah, things can change. But now, I think I have a little concern about some of the wording. So I realize, as Alma said, and Alma and I are good friends, so I don't mean to be contradicting, but it is sort of a narrow thing that you guys are trying to deal with today. But it isn't a narrow question. It's a much broader question. And principally permitted use, like a single-family home. Now, Alma, when you described it, it sounded as if this could be a standalone thing apart from having a residence there. In other words, if it was just a standalone piece of property without the principal resident next door, in other words, they're not merged, this is all informal, and then anything you approve today, it could be sold and be a standalone tomorrow, okay? So is this going to be treated as a principally permitted use in the sense that, okay, you're having these things that you're going to allow to be there, but in the future, if there's no house there, how would that have been treated? Then the other thing is, one part it says here, use road improvement. Now, this is on page 2. Uh-oh, I'm only going to be another second. Is this improvements?
Just real quick.
Okay. In other words, this could be a trigger for the other improvements we're talking about. And then you also say, if it was merged with the other property that they own, will the lots 3 and 4 still continue to exist? I don't think they would, but it does kind of suggest that here, which I don't think was your intent. But I think that needs to be clarified, because once you combine the two lots, you're going to have one really big lot. Now, you could eventually put an ADU or something like that on there. And then there's only really one reason why you have this huge easement going down the side of the Colville's property and the Garcia's property, is for the eventual future development of the road. So now, if there's not going to be any road, i.e. a merger of the two lots, why is that easement still necessary? People would like to have a back door, I understand that, but once you've merged the lots, the Colvilles are being penalized by this easement being on their property, which they can never shake that off, ever. I mean, the way this thing keeps going.
Thank
So
you,
anyway,
Nathan.
those are some things I had to say.
Our last speaker card, Juan Garcia.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Good.
I'm Juan Garcia, the owner of 4155 California Avenue in Cerro Proctor. How you doing tonight? So I wanted to speak on, number one that's coming to mind is the grading. there was no grading done on the property. The only thing we did do was take a lot of the weeds out with the tractor, and we turned the dirt for the horses, so when they run, they don't hurt themselves. As far as electricity, we do use solar, and we also use a generator that powers light so we can see at night when we feed the horses and we muck at the stalls. For the water, we run a water hose to all the horses, like water supply, so they have water. Everything we do for Zero Proctor, which is what's in question today, is for the horses. So I'm not really here to speak on behalf of myself, but for the animals we care for. So I would hope that you would keep that in mind for the consideration of what we're discussing today. We did get approval to do 12 by 24 stalls, which is what you guys are considering the barn. We have two side by side right next to each other. And what we did was we had a 3-foot overhang on the top of these stalls. So no rain would get on the shavings for the horses or sun when it's really hot, because we did have horse colic and die from the sun. So we decided to put a 3-foot overhang for the 12 by 24s. So that's, and they're two side by side, so it's not one complete barn. It's literally two 12 by 24s side by side as far as like the footprint, but we do have the overhang to protect them from the elements. So yes, and just so you get a general idea of myself and our family, I was blessed in my family to have take ownership of 4155 California Avenue, which is the lot in the property next to Zero Proctor, in November 11, 2021. It was one of the best days of my life. Very excited and blessed to be a part of this community in Norco. I love Norco, and everything we do on our personal time is related to taking care of the horses that we care for. Many of them came like sick or on their verge of deathbed or really unhealthy situations, and we bring them in and we care for them and bring them back to health. And then we give them a forever home. So everything we do on that property is for them. It's not just for us alone. Just to keep that in mind when you make your decisions here today.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
There's no further comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Dana. Okay, bring this back to council. Kevin, you want to start?
So I've been dealing with this situation for over a decade. And I'm now really upset about the whole thing. You've had very nice people who purchased the property and were absolutely shut down. Boom, unless they improve Proctor Lane. I've talked previously about grading. I've talked previously about the water issues. I've talked about water runoff going onto Proctor Lane. I've talked about events that are going on this site, which is not fair to those residents. We talked about at one point, if they were going to go ahead and merge the property, we would block their access to Proctor Lane. I don't even know where that went. The road improvements. My understanding is if they're going to build anything on that site, they have to do the road improvements. Or you work out some deal where then they merge with their 4155 California and they block access so that they're not disrupting the people that live on that street. New permits. I'm not aware of any permits for the stalls or anything. I mean, a 24 by 24, you have to have a permit if it has a cover. But even, I mean, they're not supposed to have anything on the property. And I understand where the property owner's coming from, but this has been going on, I mean, almost pretty much since I got on council. And why we haven't resolved it, I don't understand. And it's just not fair to the people that live on Proctor Lane. You have a lot of cars going up and down that street. onto a property that unless they improve Proctor Lane, they're not allowed to build anything on that property. So if what we can do is merge it with the other property, but then the other issue is I totally understand they're taking care of horses and doing that kind of thing, but I don't understand the events. They need to be shut down. I mean, you can't have that kind of traffic going onto a property along a 2-lane street. So just forgive my frustration, but truthfully, just like all the previous owners who were shut down, I hate to say it, but unless we resolve this, now fortunately they did buy the property, so I would not have heartburn with the 2 parcel 3 and parcel 4 being merged with California, but they cannot use Proctor Lane. Or if we don't want to do that, then they've got to improve Proctor Lane. I mean, I've heard, you know, estimates as high as $500,000 to fix it. But that's what we told the previous owners, people that lost their shirts when they bought it and sold it. And that just isn't fair. So I'm hoping tonight we can meet some kind of a resolution. I mean, Doug said 100 cars a week. I mean, so. And anyway.
We'll keep the discussion up between us.
What you're hearing from me, and I'm not mad at staff or anything, don't get me wrong. I'm just really frustrated with this street. It has been problematic and unfair to many of the residents. And truthfully, we probably never should have gotten involved in it. But we are involved in it, and I think that we must find a way to solve the issues of people living on that street. So I know I haven't helped you much. I know the recommendation is determine if the animal keeping shelters and enclosures on lots. Has anybody actually looked at the animal enclosures? So were they accurately described? Okay. I mean, I've looked at them too, and I thought they were.
The current property owner has allowed us to be on site, so,
Right.
yeah, and we did some measurements and stuff, so.
And would they require permits?
Some of them that are on lots 3 and 4 do not, because again, remember, anything that's 280 and it's an animal shelter, 288 square feet and it's an animal shelter, does not require a permit. There is a large one there that, depending on what's determined tonight, the applicant will decide whether, what to do, whether.
Well, I'm referring to the larger one. I'm
Yeah.
sort of like, what I'm being told is not accurate then. There is something that would require a permit.
Yes, there is one large one on there. There
Right.
absolutely, yes, there is.
So for somebody to tell me that it wouldn't require a permit or that they have a permit, are there any permits on anything there?
So on lots 3 and 4, which on Proctor Lane, again, there's some stalls that don't require a permit, but there is one that does require a permit. And in order to, how we're going to determine how to move forward is what is determined tonight. So let's just, for argument purposes, let's say that, the council says, well, this wouldn't trigger the street improvements, then, we would work with the applicant to either get approval for that barn or make it smaller to where it doesn't require a permit. But again, it's all dependent on what we determine and what the applicant decides to do once we have a determination.
Well, I'm going to listen to my colleagues now. Thank you. And forgive me, my frustration
No, I
is towards you.
This has been an issue for a long time, so.
For over a decade.
Fia?
Okay, so you have been on the property, so then you have seen the electrical box then, correct? Okay. So, and what's also available online right now are the ranch tours with the Eventbrite to the 4155 California Avenue. And on the ranch tours, it talks about horses and I think a petting zoo and that type of thing. So are these horses on parcels 3 and 4? Are those, so if their ranch tours are being held on those parcels, I consider that property as that's improved property. Something is happening there. And if we have traffic going up and down Proctor to access that, I consider that, you know, to me, it is improved because of all the use that's happening to it and that type of thing. But the electrical box, I mean, that is clearly an improvement. So that's what I have for right now.
Robin?
Alma, I'm not sure if you would know, is there a business license for this property, the 4155?
There is, I have a business license.
You have a
on file.
business
Yeah.
license, okay. And I know you can't specify on the business license, but there's no restrictions as far as access to parcels 3 and 4 going through the California
You mean
property.
You mean using for California property to access 3 and 4?
Yeah, so for example, like the parcels 3 and 4,
Mhm.
have the fences and things been taken down so access can be from California onto those properties, or are they only being accessed from Proctor Lane?
Just based on what when we were out there, it looks like you can, go off of California to get to those parcels. But the reality is, I mean, they have a legal right to use Proctor. So either way, at least that's my observation.
Okay. So just kind of where I'm leaning, because again, I'm with Kevin and a level of frustration that we have been kicking the can down the road. I know there was an attempt at one point in time to bring everybody to the table and see if we could have some discussions and get this figured out. We can't, in my opinion, kick it down the road anymore. So if somebody's running a business, and again, this is my opinion, if somebody's running a business and using Proctor Lane and has made improvements, that the street improvements just need to be done. Somebody's gonna have to bite the bullet and take the hickey on it. If that is not something that the rest of the council's willing to do, I think making the merge happen on the back with 3 and 4 and getting rid of that easement on Proctor Lane might be another way to solve it, but something has to be done. I'm on the same page as Kevin. We can't just keep avoiding this.
Greg?
Well, I'm just jumping into this with, as a new guy, but I heard somebody said there's hundreds of cars going down this. I haven't seen it. Can anybody explain how we can get 100 cars going up and down this?
They have advertised events that are taking place. I've seen advertisements for events at local businesses, so.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just jumping in new. I mean, if I lived on that street, I wouldn't want 100 cars going up and down on a dusty dirt road. I mean, I spray my road down and it's beside my house. And it's only 9 feet wide because I don't want my neighbor to get all dusted out. But if you got 100, that was my question, how you get so much traffic for just a couple of stalls. And like I said, I'm jumping on not knowing all the particulars about it.
We'll keep the discussion up here. Thanks. Alma? So business license, yes. Would that use not require a conditional use permit?
That's a good question. If you're, at least, and Colleen can maybe help me out, for animal keeping, where, you have occasionally people, boarding operation, you have people coming, not like a massive amount of people, I mean, that's a use that's allowed in the A1 zone.
Correct. Right.
But when you have like these special events that trigger, they're advertised, open to the public, then that kicks it, in my opinion, kicks it into a different category where at a minimum, a special event permit would be required. So historically speaking, the way we've handled it, that's the way we've done it. Somebody wants to advertise an event, and invite the general public, that requires approval of a special event permit. It's not something that should be occurring on a, where you have large amounts of traffic coming, that should not be occurring on a normal basis. But
Right,
if it's a
so
board,
I'm-
yeah.
If they were having events like once a week or once a month, that, we wouldn't want to see a special event permit continuously, would we?
That will probably kick it into, that could kick it into a different category. It could possibly require conditional use. I would have to look and see what
Okay.
category that would fall into. Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, I understand what you mean by that.
So along with what Kevin was mentioning and what I heard on these stalls, okay, 12 by 24, if they're freestanding, no permits. And I don't have heartburn on that.
Correct.
But I'm a little confused on what was explained, that with this larger barn, is it made up of 12 by 24s, but they're not independent, or
My observation, it was a contiguous roof line.
it what?
It was a continuous roof line, so it's one big structure.
Okay, then that answers
Yeah,
my
but they
question.
could- they
Right,
could
there's
very
no
easily-
separation.
Yes, but they
Or-
could very easily, create a situation where it's individual stalls, yeah, with not a contiguous room.
But the roof structures have to be independently
Yes,
supported.
yes.
With separation. So I get a little confused on this lots 3 and 4. If they were merged together, would they also be merged to 4155? Or is it standalone? And, okay.
You can do either, but, I mean, they would be different scenarios. Yes, they could merge lots 3 and 4 with, the one in California, and it would become one huge lot. Or let's just.
Here's where I'm
Yeah.
going with this, that to 3 and 4, all the utilities, presently, the electrical panel and the water, is being supplied by 4155 off of that. If you're to merge 3 and 4 with 4155, and the primary access is off of California, right? 4155, now we've created a flag lot. And we changed our code a long time ago that we don't want to, we're not allowed to create flag lots. Right?
Yes, that is correct.
So we'd have, I'm thinking we'd have to make an exception
Not,
that.
and again, that was, and you're correct, that was adopted, well, maybe, 12 years ago, where we said that any new subdivision, with any newly created lot, you could not have a flag lot. In other words, one that
I
did
thought
not.
it was way
Yeah, maybe even longer than that.
longer than that.
If you were to create a new lot under a new subdivision, you'd
Right.
have to have the minimum frontage.
Right.
Minimum frontage required in the A1 zone. Now, that did not prohibit people from providing the minimum frontage, but then having it get wider as it got to the back. So,
Actually, the ordinance reads, we won't create any flag lots or private, and also private streets.
that is correct. That is correct.
So that's one of my concerns with merging, okay? Or merging 3 and 4 with 4155, that you're creating a flag lot, but we could make an exception to that, I imagine. If 3 and 4 want to stay by themselves, okay, and not have any association with 4155, then that access to those 2 lots comes off of Proctor Lane, which to me then would trigger the street improvements for Proctor Lane to the full extent that utilities, water, sewer, electrical, the whole shoot and match. Or, like I said, if you want to go back to feeding it off of 4155, then there's no longer any access to Proctor Lane, and everything feeds off of 4155 to those two lots. That's kind of how I'm seeing the two choices on this.
So if you kept them separate, you would have to rerun, you'd have to run all new utilities, everything to those sites. You could not run it off of.
Right, right. It's either you're going to merge it, and then we'd have to look at that as an exception, or if those two lots are going to be independent and developed, then you're going to do the improvements. Sewer line.
Real quick, I want to clarify since it was mentioned. So our municipal code also does not allow water service to go across separate properties.
Correct.
So the
Right.
current water service that's being used even by a hose to a separate lot is actually a violation of municipal code, and it is not allowed. They would have to have a separate service.
I had a separate lot that I watered with a hose. I mean, yeah, to hold down the dust, so, but it's not to further a business, right?
Right.
That's kind of where I'm leaning on this, so I'm open to, yeah, but I think it's just upsetting to me that you're running a business off of 4155 California, but you're impacting all the neighbors on another street where I don't think they signed up for that. Go ahead, Kevin.
So I think to assist in the Proctor Lane issue, I think that they either have to do the street improvements, and if they don't, then there's nothing on that lot. And otherwise, we make the exception. We allow them to run it off 4155, and we absolutely bar them from utilizing Proctor Lane. The other thing is I'm quite certain, I mean, we don't even let people have multiple garage sales. So we shouldn't be allowing these special events. It would require a CUP, which I do not believe anybody surrounding them would support it. So I think that for me, I think to allow them to continue to utilize the lot, I think they do have to merge it in some form or fashion, but in doing so, they can no longer use Proctor Lane. I think that would be fair. I would prefer that they fix the street, run the utilities, and do all that stuff, but I understand that's going to be cost prohibitive. But I think in the short term, this is a way to get that traffic off of that street, and as you say, impacting those residents.
I wanted to get back to Chad on the sewer line. How far does that run up?
I believe it runs up towards the end of the part, through that lane, up to the most easterly house where it's there.
All right, so if they did want to develop 3 and 4, do the street improvements on Proctor, but they would have the ability to install a lateral from 3 or 4, or they can merge 3 and 4 together.
Correct.
Right? But there's sewer there, so they would have the ability to install a lateral.
Correct.
And I'm assuming water runs the same way.
Currently, water line is not down the street. It is an item that was outlined in the original agreement or process that a water line would be one of the elements that could be required based off the determination of the Public Works Department. And we could do it either way. We could either just have them install a long lateral down the street to California to connect to the main, or we have them install the main up to that point and connect there.
Okay, so then, I see our fire chief in the corner. The other part of 3 and 4 that way is you'd have to develop a cul-de-sac or a hammerhead, and that for public safety, primarily fire, to be able to turn around, right? Yep. And along with other services like waste management. And that's obviously more than 300. There's no hydrants down that street, right?
No, there's no hydrants down there.
So every 300 feet down Proctor Lane would also be to install hydrants, but we would catch all of that at
Yes.
that time.
Like I said, at that time, like I said, in discussions with the Garcias, we laid it out both ways where we, as Public Works, we're not 100% bought in whether or not the water line needs to be installed or not. But again, there's a lot of justification in doing that in regards to, for their own public safety and benefit of having a source for fire at that end, allowing to do that, having that connection there. It doesn't mean they couldn't install a 6-inch lateral all the way down specifically for a hydrant and not install a main. And then in theory, you know, they can install off of that 6-inch lateral for domestic services, you know. But again, there's various ways we can do it as far as if we're gonna provide that service. Or it's install a main, do a lateral for the hydrant, do your laterals for each of the properties or one parcel, depending on how you do it. I do want to clarify for a discussion for, Councilman Bash talked about that if there a desire to allow them to merge, you know, because it's not part of our current code, to merge the two existing vacant lots with their primary property on California, that the desire of having them to not have access off of the old roadway or Proctor, whatever you want to call it, is something they have to agree to do, meaning it's part of their deeded property to have access across across the Colville's property first and through that area. And it's just across the Colville's property. It's actually not part of the Lanny property. But the idea of the original was, if it's gonna get built, do an improvement that benefits all the adjacent neighbors by building it Hammerhead, having that turnaround, et cetera. So we would have, part of that agreement with the Garcias, if that was what they would be willing to agree to, is they'd have to be willing to vacate that easement for access easement, and we'd want the same thing from the Colvilles to vacate that easement that's across their property. So it's just, now they are all just solid, there's no easements across of it, and then they wouldn't have access, rightful access through basically would be the Lanny's driveway, and I don't know the person in the back, but they wouldn't have legal access to come through there to use their basically access road anymore.
You okay with that, Kevin?
I'm not okay with any of it.
No, I mean Chad's explanation.
Yeah, no, I got it. I got it, yeah. You know, it's just interesting, when I put my boarding stable in 1995, I was required to have a fire hydrant. And if it sounds like they're actually running sort of a semi-rescue at the same time, and if they are in fact doing that, I think they're required to have a hydrant anyway. And I don't know if there's one near there, except maybe that would have access to 4155. I just got lucky that there happened to be one in front of my house.
Any other comments, questions? Alma? So you need direction. So for council, it is, I'm assuming this direction, did these improvements that we see today with the horse shelters, the electrical panel, and the operation in its present sense, does that trigger street improvements? So it's a majority yes. And I don't think we're taking a vote on anything. We're just providing, correct me, Colin, direction to staff.
Right.
Because I'm sure there's more to this that's going to raise its head. This is.
I think so. I think what staff is hearing is that the council has found, number one, that the improvements trigger the road. The improvements on the development on the property triggers the road improvements. So the options are get rid of the development on the property, or keep the development on the property and build the road, or agree to give up private easement, keep the development on the property, merge 4155, 3 and 4, and only access all the property off of California Avenue. We'll talk to the applicant about, we'll talk to Mr. Garcia about that. There's some things we have to work out. One of those is going to be, what do we do with the encumbrance, the lien agreement?
Right.
So we'll have to figure some stuff out. It seems like council's giving some direction at this point, but not taking action. I think the direction given is very clear. So I don't think we need a vote. I think that everybody has clear direction of the next steps, and we'll need to bring something back to the council for action if anything happens besides Mr. Garcia deciding just to remove all of the development on his property and keep it at status quo.
Would we also want to consider the use right now as far as the traffic impacts?
I think so, and I think that we need to look at a CUP. Because if they're doing regular events like this with multiple cars, I think they need to have a CUP like everybody.
I guess put that into direction to staff.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, first, I think Alma, you need to look at it to see if it triggers a CUP, but it would appear to me it requires a CUP.
Okay. Any further discussion? We'll move that forward on that. Does anyone need a break? Going? Let's move into item 6, public hearings. And we're going to go through this with staff report presentation, council questions of staff, open public hearing, public comment, closed public hearing, council discussion, and action. Alma. Yeah.
Just a brief introduction. Agenda item 6A is an ordinance 1127, which is basically recommended for approval to update the city's participation in the Western Riverside Western Riverside County Transportation Uniform Mitigation, or known as the TUMF program, and the corresponding resolution to update the TUMF fee schedule. So I am going to hand it over to our WRCOG representative, which is Cameron Brown, and he's going to kind of briefly brief the council on this update.
Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. I'm Cameron Brown. I manage the TUMF program at WRCOG, and I just want to first say you guys have a great staff. I work often with Chad, Alma, Lisette on the TUMF program, and they do a great job, and I really appreciate their work. First of all, I'll try to be brief. I know it's late, but the TUMF program, as you know, stands for Transportation Uniform Mitigation Fee. Uniform in that it is the same fee throughout the whole Western Riverside County. What the TUMF fee does is it mitigates traffic caused by new development. So what we have recently approved at WRCOG through our executive committee is a TUMF nexus study. A nexus study is an analysis of what links the fee that we are charging for new development towards what we are mitigating, which is new traffic. And the way we mitigate for new traffic is by building road projects, road widening, interchange projects, bridges, railroad grade separations. Here in the city, we've Hamner Avenue, it comes to mind as part of our TUMF network, 2nd Street, 6th Street. I may be missing, so we recently had a dedication on the Hamner Avenue Bridge, which TUMF contributed a little over $12 million towards as a joint project with the county, Norco, and Eastville. So with the approval of that nexus study, what the nexus study does is it analyzes what needs to be mitigated and how we can achieve that mitigation. So we look at the demographics for the future. We look at our road network and find out what needs to be mitigated through transportation modeling. And through that program, through doing all that, we come across what share of traffic is caused by all development. And that comes out to what their fee is going to be. We do this nexus study update usually every 4 years. We got delayed with this last one. Last one we did was in 2017. This one is now in 2024. We got delayed with COVID, but it usually coincides with the SCAG RTP update. The reason we do it is because between those forecasts, things change, mitigation needs change, and also a major difference is project costs. We have projects in our study that have more than doubled in cost. Road widenings have doubled since 2017. Same thing with our interchange projects, and even on most of our bridges and grade separations, they've even tripled. So with that analysis of what we need to successfully mitigate new traffic we have this updated fee schedule. And the major reason why those fees have gone up is because of the increased amount of project costs. That is the reason for the ordinance. There's a breakdown of that ordinance in the staff report, but I'd be happy to take any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Council have any questions?
Great.
You're good. I'd like to tell you to lower the rates, but okay. Let's go ahead, open the public hearing. Dana, do we have any public comment?
No public comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Close the public hearing and bring it back to council discussion and council action.
Mr. Mayor, staff is requesting a minor change to the ordinance in page 257 between the second and third whereas paragraphs. We'd like to add a paragraph. I will give this language if council approves it to the city clerk and planning, but it would be, whereas in response to and in compliance with the United States Supreme Court's decision of Sheets versus County of El Dorado, 2024, 601 U.S. 267, the City Council hereby finds that the TUMF identified in the 2024 Nexus Study have an essential nexus to the government's land use interest and bear a rough proportionality to development's impact on that land use interest. And that's to keep up with recent Supreme Court decisions.
Thank you, Colin. You will make that addition to the motion and to the first reading?
Correct. I'll make that addition before the second read.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and make, if there's no further discussion, I'm going to make a motion to approve the first reading, ordinance number 1127, Code Amendment 2024-12.
Just under discussion, just so everybody knows, this was very, very extensively discussed. We really had no choice, and the reality is like he said, it's doubled and tripled in cost. And it was, I believe it was unanimous vote at all levels in terms of voting for this. That's every city.
And we'll now vote.
Mr. Mayor, can I read title before we vote? This is ordinance number 1127, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Norco, California, amending Norco Municipal Code Chapter 350, Western Riverside County Transportation Uniform Mitigation Fee Program to update participation in the Western Riverside County Transportation Uniform Mitigation TUMP Program, Code Amendment 2024-12.
Okay.
Thank you, Colin.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Councilmember Bowen? Councilmember Bash?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grummeyer?
Yes.
Mayor Newton?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you, Dana. City Council and staff communications.
Do we have to adopt the other one, right?
Resolution.
Yeah, so I make a motion to adopt resolution number 2024-56, adopting the TUMP schedule.
Second.
Councilmember Sullivan? Councilmember Bowen? Councilmember Bash?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer?
Yes.
Mayor Newton?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Sorry about missing that. Figure speed things up if we skip some of these motions. City Council, staff communications. City staff. Dana?
Nope, I'm good.
All smiles back there. Amanda?
I know what he's doing. Trust me.
Chad. Go ahead, Chad.
No, I forgot.
Perfect.
I just want to give a quick update, a couple of things. First, thank you for the emergency item. I think it's really going to be high value for Norco to prove that, so I really appreciate that. I want to give you 2 updates on the N5 storm drain project on Valley View. It is progressing. The contractor is doing as much as he can, as quick as he can. We're really hoping he's currently pouring curb and gutter right now, and he's going to start on driveway approaches. We're trying to get all that work done before we ever get into any type of rainy stuff. So it's going well. We're just dealing with some small RFI issues that we're finding, as we do some of the work, but they're progressing, which is great. The project on 4th Street, for the storm drain project has hit a little snag in regards to the contractor doing very good work getting it done when they went back to Sierra and Valley View to do that work, which was to do the dog legs for our water lines to get them basically out of the way of the alignment of the storm drain. And they did their portion of the storm drain. It turned out about 100 feet of the pipe that the original contractor did was in the wrong place. So now we're unfortunately kind of at a dead stop. We're working with the surety to review that and to determine what the cost will be to have the contractor replace it, TK. So unfortunately, it's kind of stopped our momentum from where we were going, but they're trying to work on other items that can wait. But we're kind of at a key point of they've done all the pipeline except for that one connection, and they can't really do the catch basins because if they build them and water needs to go somewhere. So right now everything's underground. So we're trying to get that resolved, but we've kind of hit a little bit of a snag where we're doing a lot of work right there. I've had to have some personal conversations with some of the residents have been frustrated of why we're still in that place, why we're digging it up again. And we're working with them, helping them understand those issues. But we're pushing through that in case you're wondering where we stand with that project and where we are. Again, very happy with TK and what they're doing. The public's been happy with how they've been doing things, but we have hit a little snag, and we're trying to expedite to get that figured out and done. And we've had meetings with the surety this week, and we have to give them some additional information, so hopefully we have a solution soon so we can keep them moving.
Question then on 4th Street with the nemesis of all construction projects, Edison. So once the storm drain's done, we're going to repave 4th Street. But tell me where we are with Edison that would...
So with that, unfortunately, Edison, we have already designed that project, and it's basically waiting on Edison. Edison recently came back and told us that they had misplaced or deleted the original files they were using to where they were ready to go and actually get the work done. So now they have to recreate their own work, which has significantly now delayed us back again. I have had passionate conversations with their planner expressing my frustration with the fact that they need to get this done quickly. If not, that I would have to have discussions with the higher ups about making this the only priority to get us back on schedule, because even if they were on time and they had plans, it's still a good 6 months to a year before they will relocate their poles along 4th Street, because there are many to relocate so we can properly widen the roadway. So unfortunately, yes, again, the struggles with Edison continue, but we are on top of them to try to get them back on track and keep things moving, because unfortunately the roadway does need to get redone. Again, with the work that TK is doing, the poor areas where the trench line is will all get resurfaced regardless, because it's in the project. And that'll be much more drivable once they're done. So even if we have to wait that next year before we can get to the road work, the roadway will be much better than you see today, because the areas that the prior contractor touched will be redone.
Thank you, Chad. Amanda.
Some good news. Cordon staging area will be paved tomorrow, so that's a big win for us. And I just want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. That's it.
Thank you. Colin? Lisette? Alma? Lisette, I'm sorry.
Yes, I just want to say thank you for entrusting me with your support and to serve the city of Norco and its residents, and also just to wish you a Merry Christmas and hope you guys have a blessed New Year. Thank you.
Alma?
Merry Christmas.
Mr. Bowen? Merry Christmas, everybody. Robin?
I just wanted to say thank you to staff for all of the events and everything on Saturday. I know it was a long day for folks, starting early in the morning and then all the way late at night. So thank you for all your efforts. And I do feel like the parade was one of the best ones we've had so far. So thank you.
Leah?
Wanting to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Kevin?
I want to thank everybody, the staff, for everything they did, including Pearl Harbor Day. I mean, it turned out pretty well. Did you get the email from Art Marquez regarding the proposed AQMD amendments? SC Edison and AQMD and the state of California is pushing to get rid of all gas stoves, gas water heaters, gas heaters, And I think we probably, I'm not the mayor now, but I think we probably should at least send a letter of some kind. The committee meeting is actually at 12:20 at 10:30 in Diamond Bar. Via Zoom we can go, or we can show up in person. I think that we need to, if we're willing, I think we need to say, look, water heaters, I mean, and this is a big push by our favorite utility, SC Edison. They want us all to go to electric, so that means your water heating will cost 5 times what it costs now with gas. So did you get the letter?
Yes, working with city clerk and.
So we are going to send one?
Yes.
And then would it be advisable to have someone speak via Zoom at least? Like the mayor or someone?
That would be at your pleasure, Mayor.
So
If you would like me to review tomorrow
It would be beneficial for me to speak to Edison. What they've done
No,
to us, I have-
AQMD, it's the AQMD, that's who you have to speak to.
they're worse.
Yeah. All right, well then that's fine, we can just send a letter.
I think if we just send a letter.
It's fine with
They're
me.
they're not going to listen to whatever we have to say, Kevin.
So I'm just gonna get my water heaters in Arizona. No, I didn't say that. Anyway, Merry Christmas, everybody.
So with that, want to wish all of you a Merry Christmas. Staff, you guys did good this year. Appreciate it. Went through some ups and downs, and hopefully next year we'll start off on a positive note and move forward. So with that, anything else? We're adjourned.